Stop again. It's never easy. It's never just a smooth and simple job, huh? Shoot. You know what? Well, let me not fight this thing. I'll accept it. Okay, we messed up. Oh, that one's down too. Shoot. See it? The messed up thing is that I'm pretty sure this window was replaced, both of these, in the last 5-6 years, whenever the incident happened. Hello. Hola, Junior. Hello. It's Tifu Junior. One last one. Let me get that one first. I say last, but there are more too. I'm gonna get a lot of air flowing through here. Now this is good. Hello world. It's Monday, the 28th of December 2020. The present time is now 12:39 p.m. My watch agrees. Beautiful day today. Beautiful, warm. I probably could have done this yesterday too. Popped open all the windows, but got lazy, I suppose. Today I'm opening up all the windows. And as I was opening them, I noticed two of these little clips had come undone. Recently, I was looking into solving this issue of the windows falling down, like gradually slipping. And there's a tool. It's this tensioning tool. Key tensioning tool? Something. Anyway, I'm gonna get one of those tools. And then clean up all the things in time. Today I just want the air to flow. Maybe I'll order some stuff. Anywho, walked Paul not once but twice this morning. Had myself 2 McDonald's triple, I don't even know what they were called. I think it's called Triple Stack McGriddle. I had 2 of those sandwiches this morning because in the app it was a buy one breakfast sandwich, get one for 1 cent deal. So I went and got the BOGO on the Primo sandwich. I feel very full, but I did not have coffee, so I'm gonna make coffee. City Food Jr., you opened things up this morning on the Twitch side of the house by saying, "Till this day, my six-pack man, not an affiliate. Come on, man, be one." I'm thinking I may kick off the new year with a bit of an experiment. Maybe I'll try it out. Maybe. We'll see. Because it's now been... Is this the 4th year? I don't know how it counts. So from 2016 to 17, 17 to 18, 18 to 19, 19 to 20. So I guess that means I'm entering the 4th year, more or less, that I've been streaming, which is a little different from talking to the camera. But yeah, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to do something different. I don't know if I'm going to keep on talking to the camera. Anywho, water's finished boiling. Gonna get my coffee making implements ready. Hey, Stray Cat. Good morning. Are you? Make sure you're not up late. What are we doing? Yeah, that's what we're doing. Gonna make some coffee. All right, gonna run this guy. You know the drill, I think. No, I'm curious, Stray Cat. Why go to sleep late? Why don't you get to sleep? Go to bed before 12:30. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Okay, because you and your housemates are staying up watching movies. Okay. Well, I hope they're good movies. And sometimes I also stay up late watching movies. Kind of late, I suppose. Not. I mean, if I look at the past few weeks, I haven't been staying up late. But then again, I've also cut out some activities, and things are in flux. They're always in flux. But that makes sense. I see you like catching up on the sports news too. Okay. I'll read you. I think I make a decent cup of coffee. But it's really... I wonder what the weak link is right now. Maybe it's the beans. It's probably the beans. The rest of this stuff is now fairly good. albeit quite simple. It's pretty labor intensive. I think relative to most people's coffee, but it's decent. Just interesting to me, Stray Kid. You know, we were chatting a little bit about football yesterday. And, like, to me, it's always been kind of fascinating observing other American men as they gather, and so much socializing is spent just talking about athletics. Not one's own athletics, but organized athletics. And it's like, okay, well, all right, it's neat, I guess. And then there are all these different sports. We've got everything in this country. Everything, every last sport. We've got a team, and regional teams, and arenas, and I can't keep up with all of it. Don't even try. Never really tried to keep up with it. Yeah, Mike. I don't know. I don't think I use more grounds than you do. But it is a decently strong cup. It's not a weak cup. Alright, I'll be right back. Do we have anything for... Oh, we don't need anything for the morning. I already had my breakfast sandwiches. It's pretty much calories for the day. Already done. I'm gonna do something real quick. Whoa. Ooh. That's rough. Alrighty. Let that sit for a bit. I'll Paul is very much looking forward to having some food. And what about me? What do I want? Right, so like when you have, say you're making a pyramid, the person that's at the really top that's doing that. I've met a couple of people who used to do that. Used to be on the cheer squad. Well, I guess I met them through each other. I met the one through a friend of mine living in the same dorm in my freshman year. They knew each other because they used to play soccer together or against each other or something. Oh yeah, because they were from the same town and they played soccer on competing teams. And the other I met when I went with the one and tried out grappling. Only tried once. It was fun though. Stray cat's afraid of heights. Could beat a bottom. You gotta build up if you want to be on the base. You gotta build up. Get really strong, solid. So you can support the guys at the top. Oh, Freud. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Let's see what we've got today. Looking at the daily book summary. I haven't read one aloud for a while. I don't know that I will again. Maybe someday. But today's maybe interesting. It's a summary of David Attenborough's A Life on Our Planet. Okay, so I guess, so there was a Netflix documentary, Was A Life on Our Planet. I think that's on my list. I like David Attenborough's work. David Attenborough. Penguins. A Life on Our Planet. Yeah, it's on my list. Maybe I can watch it on the big screen. We'll find the time. Should be good. In other news, Paul encountered a husky today. A male, fixed. Paul tried humping the husky's leg. I was out walking him, taking the video camera around with me. Thought maybe it could be fun to put up a little YouTube series for Paul, on Paul and his encounters with other dogs in the neighborhood. Build up the Paul the Yorkie YouTube and other channels. I haven't posted anything really to my own stuff in a while. Nothing real. Because I'm still a little miffed about how deafening the silence has been on this Twitter suspension. I did have a handful of people tweet as I suggested, and I think the most recent one was helpful. So I put in another appeal, a little more descriptive this time. Still waiting for a response. Well, let me check. Maybe, if I'm lucky, a response has already made its way over to me. No response yet from them. I sent the appeal 11 days ago. It's a totally new case, apparently. Like, they closed my old one. They closed it. I updated the blog post to indicate what the response was from the first appeal. How long did it take them last time? 2 months, I think. I think it took them 2 months to actually get back to me with a response. You know, it took long enough that I just forgot about it, gave up on it. No, the first time it took 3.5 months. It took 3.5 months from the date that I lodged my appeal to get a response. So maybe in end of quarter one 2021, sometime then I'll expect a response. Takes time. Paul and the husky didn't talk very much. The husky at one point attempted to sniff or lick Paul's junk. Paul got quite defensive. Pretty early on, Paul was baring his teeth and growling a bit. The husky got a little too close for Paul's comfort. Paul went and made a move for his muzzle. But after that, they were okay. They were pretty chill. Just circling and sniffing and generally, yeah, when you see it, you'll see it. Eventually I'll share it. Maybe today. What's more important though today is to revisit the site. My site's been crashing a lot and I want to know what's going on. The site has, given we're at the end of the year, it would be a good time to actually go through the numbers for the year. It is important to me though that it's stable, because where it's at right now is just unacceptable. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be falling apart as often. Um, I'm gonna dig around a little bit and try and figure out what's going on with it. Stray Cat, not Twitch, Twitter. Twitch is fine. This channel is live on Twitch right now. It's Twitter. Twitter remains down. I did spin up an account on Parlay or Parlor, but I haven't really used it much. Took a look once or twice. And right, yeah, Twitter. I was making, trying to do something once a day. Share a little photo from years past. I was sharing a photo from years past on a fairly regular basis across all the channels. And then once my Twitter account was suspended on all the channels, I said, hey, it's been suspended, please help. Yeah, I think the relationship between our current president and Twitter is somewhat contentious too. They're not exactly bedmates. How is Twitter doing? Twitter, like, wow, yeah, it's done pretty handsomely. Along with everything else this year. From right around mid-March to now, it's been on a pretty bullish run. Doubled up. Oh yeah, makes sense, Stray Cat. I've had a post get taken down off of Facebook once. It was a bit of a naughty cartoon I shared. I think it was Bugs Bunny and whatever the female bunny was. I thought it was a pretty tasteful piece, but Bugs had the female bunny bent over and was smacking her tail. I guess it was deemed too naughty for Facebook. I was a little amused at the time. Gee, it's such a family-friendly place. The real slugfest on Facebook goes down in the comments section. Yes, Stray Cat. Yes. Tweety Bird. The Looney Tunes cast. Yes. Three bugs. Not one, not two, but three. And I can't even imagine getting ink done. Uno, dos, tres. Did you know Bugs Bunny is presently being voice acted by an Asian guy? I think the same dude is also voice acting for, what was it? He's doing Bugs and some other characters. I didn't even realize they were still putting out those cartoons, but it's a pretty long-standing piece of intellectual property. The character's been around a long time. Okay, Paul. Come on. Gotta clean up some of this. little bits. Oh no. It'd be good to vacuum. I'm telling myself, the next rainy day, the next unpleasant day. Today is quite pleasant. Right? Cool. You ready? You want foods? You want food? Go to bed. Good boy. Stay. Alright, you beautiful little bugger. Okay. Take your food. Wind gusts up sometimes. It's blowing stuff off my desk. What did you growl for? Your growling messed things up, bud. Now we've got to switch. Sit. Good boy. Sit. Humor is sometimes very difficult to convey just in plain writing. I got it. Stray cat Jay's primary language is Spanish. That's it. So now you've got to cross language barriers as well as communicate solely in writing. Yeah, here you go. He was doing pretty great, and then he growled at me. So as I come to understand it, when he growls, then it's cute. You switch him over to hand feeding. There you go. Yeah, it's my food. If I want it, I'll take the food. Done. I thought it was pretty hilarious how he tried humping the husky. He really has no idea how large he is. Sit. Good boy. Good sit. Good shake. Good boy. Good shake. Touch. Touch. You stand. Good stand. Hair cutter. The breakfast sandwich was a triple stack. 1 folded egg, 2 sausage patties, like 2 slices of cheese, and bacon. 2 strips of bacon. On sandwiched between 2 of the McGriddles. Heavy. I think that clocks in at 850 kilocalories, and I had 2. I was about halfway through the second one and I thought, man, this is this is a lot of food. So when I got back in, naturally I wanted to take a walk. Much buy one get one for a cent. So one of those sandwiches on its own is, they sell them here at $3.99 a pop. I've got 2 for $4 before tax. Well, Stray Cat, I guess maybe you just didn't have too much of an interest in learning it at the time. It's okay. You know, consider both my parents, they can operate completely in Chinese. For me, it'd take a while. I'd need to spend some time just immersed in the language in order to make that transition. Especially to learn how to read it and write it. Oof, takes time. Good boy, good done. Hair cutter, I did indeed splurge. I did. But you know, I don't think I've ever seen that option appear on the mobile menu before. So when I saw it, it was one of those. I know that McDonald's has a secret menu. Like they do one sandwich that you can ask for in the store. I think you can ask for it in the store. I think it's called Land, Sea, and Sky. Something like that. That's it. Land, Sea, Air, something like that. but it's got the fish fillet, a beef patty, and fried chicken. Their chicken breast patty. So, big. Sit. Good sit. So sometimes when I see some novel menu item, take the plunge. You know, like the hamburger that's sandwiched between two halves of a donut. Why not? Oh, nice. I had a Big Mac not too long ago when they were doing the free Big Mac with any purchase, minimum purchase of $1. I think I had a quarter pounder as well. I want to say they did a quarter pounder one of those nights. Can't remember. But it had been a long time since I just had a McDonald's sandwich burger. Very different from the Wendy's burger. BOGO Stray Cat. Buy one, get one. You know that one. Sit. Good sit. Paul. Yeah, that's good. Da. Paul. Yeah, you can never go wrong. Sitting and looking at the person calling your name, you can't go wrong with that. Can you wave? Just some residual bits. That's it. Okay. Haircutter, good news. Good news. The piano tuner reached back Well, to me, he's returned back to town following some travels for the Christmas, the holidays, and he's agreed he'll come back in tomorrow afternoon to take a second look at the tuning. Looking forward to it. Yeah. Sorry it took me a while to share the good news. I wanted to clean Paul's food bowl, and I was running the tap until the hot water came out. And it just took a while. But yep, looking forward to it. Because now that it's mostly in tune, the ones that aren't so much in tune really stand out. They jump out. Who would have thought? Who would have thought a thing like that would happen? Well, what can I say? I'm pretty tone deaf. Makes life easier when you're tone deaf. It always sounds just the same. You're right, haircut. I didn't. I guess I just didn't realize how bad it was. Stray cat. So I can understand how the video portion of the store would have gone down in flames, but the music section too? I mean,
As far as I know it, there's still music stores, like instrument shops. And they'll sell some. They also tend to sell things like recording equipment. I would think that those things remain in demand just as much as they have always been. If not, like demand would go up with coinciding with the baby boom, echoes of the baby boom. Well, as with demand for everything else, really. Can't miss that one. Golly, this phone is so slow. Oh, shoot. Okay. You had guitars on loan. It sounds like net 30 terms? I don't understand you want some... Okay, something that comes out from time to time in my readings is that businesses are... A lot of it's about cash. Unrelated, but tangentially related, I suppose. I learned that my next door neighbor, I think he's renting. But he may have bought the house. I really don't know. I could take a look at property records. He's a Lebanese guy. I learned that he sells cars for a living. And his car shop, or his retail location, is right up the street. So today, after eating my breakfast sandwiches, I stopped in, just scoped the place out. He shoots photos of his cars for sale using a Nikon camera. I suppose I could have said where that's the first system I bought too, was a Nikon. It would be easier to tell if I could see it against your other arm. But I hope it's feeling a little better at least. That's painful though. Having the business fail and losing so much in the process. It's gotta sting. Move, Paul. Get off. Get off. Go. And there's a ladybug on the storm door window. Again, I'm just a little surprised by the video stuff. I could understand, especially after Netflix showed up and drove Blockbuster out of business. I saw one of my neighbors. They had thrown out a whole bunch of PlayStation 2 games, and I was halfway tempted to go and rifle through them because I have a PS2. It still works. I was about to say it's my first ever PS2, but it's actually my second. Okay. Don't mind me. I'm gonna take a moment and do some stuff over here. Oh, let's move on with the day. Beautiful, beautiful day, by the way. Like, tempting to spend the day outside. Perhaps we shall. Perhaps we shall. Go ahead and open up these windows. Get some air flowing. Provided I can do this. I believe I can do this without breaking anything and without hurting myself in the process. Stuff all over the place. Shoot. Yeah, stray cat. Another neighbor of mine recently bought a desk from the same company that this desk I'm using comes from. It's good. Like good value pick for a desk like this. You can switch between sitting and standing, adjust at the press of a button. For memory settings, it's a decent product. If you ever find yourself in the market for a new desk, they're a good thing to have. Oh yeah, haircutter, you're right. Costco does have one on sale now. I know this because yet another neighbor of mine recently picked up the one from Costco. Myself, I don't go there, as I do not have a membership. And I do not actually engage in very much shopping, even though you can't really tell, judging by the number of boxes I have here. Most shopping I do has been fairly well limited just to production equipment. And that comes in waves. You know? It's only been really, like, this past year, there's been some investment in that, especially this past year. These past few months, went from pretty old, crusty stuff to ramping up because the times are changing. And you know, when it comes to production, it's a bit of an arms race. It really is. But fortunately, once you've made the investment in the hardware, it tends to last you a pretty good amount of time. That being said, I did notice just the other day, I saw an 8K television on sale for right around $2,500, which is, in my mind's eye, you know, in my book, that's quite a lot of money to spend on a TV, but enthusiasts, I think, would be able to stomach that. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. Ugh. I've got to do something about this arrangement. It's it's not ideal. Christ. Crikey. Pardon me. Crikey. Yeah, like all this stuff that I have to step over it to get out the windows, it's a little silly. Could afford to rethink things a little bit, so I don't constantly run the risk of destroying all of my most important equipment. Probably a very reasonable thing to do. Sounds reasonable to me. There, it's marginally better. Right there. Alright, I fixed it. Now it's perfect. Get power shades and windows, that'd be nice. That would be a really cool move. I'm sure they have a thing that would, there's gotta be a mechanism that would be able to do this style of window, right? know there are ones for the sliding windows, the ones that slide horizontally. The ones that open like this, I haven't looked. All right. Wow. Wow. It's okay. Nothing broke. Avoided tragedy today. Thus far today. But who knows? Maybe in the next. Maybe by the time the day's through, I'll destroy everything by accident. Alrighty, now we're talking through that mic. May switch things up here in a moment. Oh boy. Okay, what are we doing today? One, where's my laptop? Okay, I located my laptop. I know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, for now I'm gonna set up the laptop. What on earth? Test. Oh my gosh. This is anxiety inducing. There's too much junk here. I've got to do better. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Everything is okay. I read you straight cat. I'm a little surprised by how long it's taken. Really, hopefully everything's okay with your car. Something is not right at the moment. everything seems alright. That's weird. Whoops. Things are getting blown around by the wind. There's no way to point them down, comma, and get them to bounce off the floor, question mark. My sister's messing around with some LED strip lighting. Okay. Whoops. Don't need to be closing up yet. We need to be here and fire this up and golly jeepers creepers.
Hello.
Okay, well, in that case, background noise. You asked, you shall receive. Otherwise, what type of host am I? I'm not willing to accommodate my guests. All right. That's one. Let's fire up another instance of this. Oh yeah. Signs of life. Just the sounds of the suburbs. Hey, Paul, what are you doing here? They're not meowing because they saw this fearsome alpha predator, did they? This apex predator. Hello, apex predator. Stray Cat, you know why his name is Paul, right? No? Paul's name is Paul because the young lady I was in a relationship with at the time told me her father had named their family's dog after some Japanese prime minister. And so I took away from that at least some Chinese people, she told me it was because her father found this guy to be a nuisance. He was a bother. So I took it that at least some Chinese people name their dogs after people they find to be a bother. And there was this young man was at the same university as I was. His name is James Paul Wright III. I just named them. Came from a decent family. Enjoyed a privileged upbringing, but also engaged in petty theft. So I named Paul after James Paul Wright III. Paul's namesake is presently within the Federal Bureau of Prison System for his role in an armed robbery of a Broken Arrow Radio Shack. An incident that also involved one of my closest friends from college, my friend's younger brother, who was formerly my housemate. I took him in after his release from prison. That young man sent me a greeting card that I opened up just the other day and put on the couch, that chair. You saw me do it. Exactly. You know the story then. I will not bore you with the details. Oh yeah. That Paul. Our Paul's namesake. Supported by your tax dollars to stay cooped up. Buy one, get one for 1 cent. Don't start. No. No. Don't make me open a can of whoop ass on you, Paul. I will. Better believe it. You best be on your best behavior, Paul.
So help me God, I will open a can of whoop ass on you so hard. You'll wish you'd never been born. I think he got it. Might just be wishful thinking. But so far, he's just laid straight down and stopped whining. Oh, there we go. Yes, you do know a little bit about that system. Indeed. How long did you spend working it? Five months. It's a good amount of time. It's probably right around the same amount of time I spent selling cars. And maybe a little more time than I spent delivering pizzas, but delivering pizzas is, well, it's... How long are you gonna deliver pizzas before you master pizza delivery, you know? What on earth? Oh, haircutter, I think you'll have to... I could answer, but I shall not. I trust Stray Cat to do it. Oh, quiet. I told you once to be quiet. That's the trouble with making threats. Come here. Come here. Good boy. Yeah, most time I've ever spent in jail was, you know, I had a couple overnights in my life. Not pleasant. Can't imagine what it's like to be incarcerated for years. Well, shoot, yeah, if you want to talk about the weather, sure. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, my folks, the other night, on the subject of movies, my mother said that she and my father watched the movie Prom. That one's on Netflix. Stars, I don't know, Meryl Streep plays in it. And then there's some other big name. My mother said it and I forget promptly. Probably forgot, but
she recalls one bit where it's like I think daughter talking to her parents, saying that, it's just the way she is, just the way she was wired. It's like, you didn't do anything wrong. I am who I am. Haircutter, you've never been in jail? I wonder what proportion of American adults have spent a night in jail. Prison's a different story. Right? Like Paul's namesake, he's in prison. My friend is in prison. My friend's younger brother came out of prison. So a lot of our countrymen, they've been incarcerated, and they've gone through the whole prison experience. It's something I hope to never have to do. Jail, a lot of people go through jail. Any number of reasons why you might wind up in jail. Anywho. Weather. I think on Wednesday it's meant to rain here. That's what the forecast is calling for right now. So my intention is tomorrow to spend the morning on yard work because it's overdue. A lot of folks here are still having the landscapers come by. The landscaper here, namely myself, has been attending to other tasks. I've got to get out there again, go do the thing. What on earth? Why is this not just firing away? Oh. Okay, I don't know. Cool. Guess I will need to pull this up. Jeebus. What's all that racket? Yeah, you're fortunate, haircutter. That's good. Yep. Best position to be in, one of tourist at some of the retired facilities, or maybe you have a loved one locked up. Jeez, stray cat. $40 whole back in the day, huh? Yeah, I wonder what that type of thing would run now. Hopefully not too much more. You know, you recall at the start of this whole thing, I I don't know if it was a case in your state, but here at the start of all of it, there were people saying that we should free those that were trapped within the system, get them out of the prisons such that, or out of the jails, such that were the bug to go and spread throughout, they wouldn't end up with mass casualties. And I had some friends on Facebook sharing posts to the effect that no, you can't do that because now you're going to be letting out these dangerous people. I don't really know how that episode ended. I hope they did the right thing. Kind of curious, huh? No, a haircutter, it didn't get thrown out, just set to the side. Yeah, let's see. Since I'm letting the system go down for a restart, let's see. At this point, I don't really care. It's like they'll have somebody surfing my website. If I do, too bad. They can surf it when it comes back up. It's not like I'm missing out on much. Build back better with YetiEater.com. Right. Yeah. So the increased incidence of criminality may not have anything to do with those that were formerly incarcerated. It's just general society. What was it? I think there was it a documentary or something? Let me take a look at my list. I know recently I came across something that was posing this question. Like what to do when your back's against a wall. About our true nature. You learn a lot about people by seeing how they are when things aren't so good, how they deal with adversity and conflict. Yep, people do get desperate. When you get between people and their means of survival, everybody's got to eat to live. You want to see teeth? That's where you'll see teeth. let's see how the site's doing at the moment. Stray Cat, are you guys still friends? Haircutter, the name of the software that I use? I'll send you a message. It's nothing, like super private, but that way you have it for reference. Just shot it over to you. It's kind of the it's more or less the de facto standard. I don't really use anything that's above and beyond what most people would do. Well, I say that, but I guess the way that I use it is it's not that trick. I'll be right back. Gonna grab some water. Polly. Yep. Silly little wolf dog. You little good for nothing. What you doing? Stray Cat, I still haven't checked out that article, but I know they ID'd the perp. Guy's gone now, right? Really didn't keep up with it. Not sure what that whole thing was about. Come, Paul. Come. Good boy, kid. Alright. Oh, sorry, Paul. Yep. OKC, I do remember that one. Close to home. And I think that's probably it's a safe bet. I was reading about a really interesting incident that occurred in Russia maybe 100 years ago, over 100 years ago, right around 100 years ago, when matter and antimatter met, supposedly, potentially. But Russia antimatter incident. Something's going on with my stuff. Yeah, something's not right here. Oh yeah. What on earth? Okay, so they have a forum. Some documentation. Shh! Quiet, Paul. Yeah, things are not quite right. What year was it? Hey Google, what year was the Oklahoma City bombing?
Oklahoma City bombing start date is April 19th, 1995, and
I was 6 years old that year. But, you know, because it took place in Oklahoma City, I'm an Okie at heart. In ways. In ways, I'm an Okie, so go figure. Hey, Andrew Park, hey. Well, hopefully that doesn't get picked up. It's good afternoon. No, they didn't rush him there. No. At least that's not what I think happened. I'm pretty sure he was around for a good while awaiting execution. Pretty sure. Because, I think they even wrote a book. Or at least books were written about him. It said 96. Oh, 95. I thought it said 95. Didn't it say 95? Rewind. Gotcha. Well, I guess that's what happens when you kill feds. One should not go about killing federales willy-nilly. One thing that I do remember about that guy, the perp behind OKC, I remember reading or watching something, and he had a handgun and hollow points. He was pulled over by a cop or a state trooper, and he chose not to take that guy out because he respected cops. He had respect for cops. But not the government. And yes, children were killed because they were at the daycare. It was an on-site daycare. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. Explosives are a heck of a way to make a statement. Something's going on here. Things are not right. Right, Stray Cat. I seem to recall hearing that or something. Yeah, I suppose it was. It was kind of him. Sure. Saving the tax dollars that would have gone to his care. I play Mario? Mario's my jam. Super Mario World. Do you? Who's hotter? Gee, never really looked at them like that before. If I had to pick one from the franchise, it'd probably be Princess Peach. I don't know if they have any other female characters in that. But if it's limited to those two, the Plumber Brothers, let's see. Luigi's taller, so I'm sure he gets a little bit more play because of that. Whereas Mario's a little tubby. Mario's stout. Not Wario. Yeah, definitely not Wario. Let's see. Hey Google. What was the Nashville bombing?
Here's a summary from Wikipedia. On December 25, 2020, a suicide bomber detonated a recreational vehicle car bomb in downtown Nashville, Tennessee, United States, injuring 3 people, damaging dozens of buildings, and killing himself.
Yeah, thankfully nobody was killed. I'm sure window replacement companies had a field day. It says, what a statement. I'll check it out. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, Nightbot's a real asshole. Nightbot is an asshole, so I don't have to be quite as much of a dick. Let me check out your clip. I love that you can make clips on Twitch. I think it's great. Yeah, I've said that before. I've said that before, and I stand by it. Mickey's is the one with the B on it, right? What do they call it? It's a malt beverage. Yeah, malt liquor, right? I've been through a sixer of that before. I know about that. You used to do that often, Stray Cat? I imagine you were younger then, a lot younger. Young, dumb, full of piss and vinegar. I think going through a sixer, it's not insignificant. Just like regularly downing sixers by yourself. At my worst, I would go through like a 4-pack of quads, or maybe like three quads. I don't know that I ever drank 4 quads in a single sitting. Because usually 2, you're feeling pretty good. A third one and kind of like, whoa. I don't know that I ever went for all 4 in a single sitting. It seemed excessive. $10 a night or something. It's enough. Don't need it. Okay. Gee, Stray Cat, at 21 you were a real lightweight. I wonder how how old I was when I touched my first drop of alcohol. I wonder if I was even 10. I took part in some social drinking at family functions when I was pretty young. What is a quad? A quad is it's a Belgian ale, a quadruple. They're pretty bitter, strong. It's a strong ale. I was living in Columbia, Missouri at the time, and it was a brewery from Kansas City, Boulevard Brewing Company. They had a signature line of beers called the Smokestack Series. And I think this quad was called Dark Truth. Oh, it was actually not a quad, it's an Imperial Stout. Dark Truth Stout. No, wasn't this Dark Truth Stout, was it? No, I don't think it was this one. Maybe it was. They had this Dark Truth Stout and then they had a quad. Boulevard Smokestack Quad. 6th glass. There it is. Bourbon Barrel Quad. Yeah, I'm over 21. One of these, anyway. Go for 3 of them in a night. So the quad, for your reference, the quad has a content of 12.2% ABV. I suppose it's not too bitter. 26 IBUs. Strong. Okay, so let me just troubleshoot the word, like look for the word crash. Well, let's say if I was doing there's only 1 gig of RAM on this. 1 gig of RAM, 20 gigabyte disk. I could resize to double up on RAM at twice the cost per month. Minimum requirements are 512 megabytes of RAM, but recommend 2 gigs of RAM. Maybe it's time to size up. Andrew, I agree with you. It's absurd, isn't it? Talk about life-changing decisions. Psst. Quiet. You can be sober once they've indoctrinated you. But heck, even then, you're in the military. Well, I'm sure there's a good amount of underage drinking that takes place within the armed forces. Come on. I wonder just how much there is. Not that, like, not because I want to police it, just curious. I think it's better to introduce young people to these things in safe environments, like home, instead of allowing them to go and dive into it head first once they're away from your care. Out of sight, out of mind. That's okay, haircutter. I think a lot of European countries, their legal drinking ages are lower than ours. Talking Western, probably Western, Eastern Europe, both. Maybe they would have a dividing line, say at 18 you can get stuff below, I don't know, 15% ABV, but as long as it's not distilled. And then at 21 you can buy distilled, something of that sort. I don't know what the laws are like in each of those countries. Haircutter, you don't actually believe that. I know you well enough to make that statement. I'm gonna call you out on that one. The only alcohol sold should be ethanol. We should use it only for cleaning. Think of how many people would show up to church if there was real wine being served during communion. Everybody gets wine. Instead of that grape juice. Get enough sugar. Thank you very much. Haircutter, I think. Yep. Thing is, I think a lot of adults aren't aware enough of the law, so they leave a lot of parenting to broader society. think something like sex ed. Well, yeah, the law is, yeah, there are a lot of laws on sexuality, laws governing human sexuality, a lot of laws. Yeah. It's interesting if you look at things like the incidence of teenage pregnancy against the nature of sexual education within a state. Look at states where the only sex ed is abstinence only, versus ones where they really, really talk about it. Right, Straight Up? Animals like the booze too. The out of mind experience. This is very, very interesting. I didn't realize that this was eventually that's going to catch up. It's eventually going to do something. Yep. Certainly. Alcohol wasn't something that we invented. It just occurs naturally. Just like hallucinogenic mushrooms. Those happen. They just occur in nature. Hallucinogenic plants, they're just there. Yeah, churches are big business. Can you imagine how much money religious organizations would take in if everyone who went to them tithed regularly? Followed their prescribed teachings. It would be a really different world if everybody was good about it. Haircutter, I see defenders of Osteen say that a lot of his personal fortune comes from the books that he's published. I don't know too much about Osteen and his activities. I know that he's an ORU grad. Because I recently took a look at his Wikipedia article, his Wikipedia entry. Nice, Stray Cat. Or, you know, Stray Cat, in Christianity, you've got a direct line to Jesus, direct line to God. Just waiting for you to reach out. Thank you. Yeah, haircutter. Come to think of it, yeah. It's been a minute. You know, I was listening to the sermon you shared the other day, just yesterday. I hadn't quite made it to the end when suddenly it was pulled. So I could go back and listen through it all the way. I'll be right back. Gonna take a bio break. No, Stray Cat, not too heavy. I'll be right back. That's a good one. Hey, fully full. All right. Return. Stray Cat, your last statement. It's when you start killing people in the name of a god, like what is done in the Middle East, that gets me. Yeah, we often think about conflict in the Middle East, but killings in the name of God happen all the time, all around the world. And they've happened time and time again. It's likely going to keep on happening. So, Nas, I'm a fan of. There's a verse, he says, religion misunderstood, it's poison. I think I shared one morning I watched this movie with my father. It was recommended to me by a guy I worked with for a while. This guy I met off Craigslist. It's called Man from Earth. And my father and I both really enjoyed it, and I've been recommending it to other people. Especially with the people who have grounding in faith. And there was a book I read some time ago. It's called Letter to a Christian Nation. That one I also recommend. Oh, this appeal to God. God bless us. Nothing new. My neighbor, the Lebanese guy. Speaking Arabic. Haircutter, it's good. Very responsive. In fact, since you ask, one moment please. Hey, Paul, can you stay here? Somebody else bought this case and didn't like it, so they returned it. And then I purchased it because I don't really care too much. If it works, it works. It's cheap. Cheap insurance. Because although I rarely drop these devices, sometimes I drop these devices and I can't afford to keep on replacing them every single time I drop them. Anywho, Stray Cat, to answer your question, no, I did not get the iPhone 12. This is the 11 Pro. I compromised. Because, well, this will do for now. I'd still like to get one of those 12 Pro Maxes, though. It'd be nice to have, but this will do for now. Stray Cat, what phone are you on? Paul's flipping. Ah, gotcha. In that case, I think for you it's about time. I was on the 8 Plus. I'd been using the iPhone 8 Plus as my general walking around webcam, and it was time. Good stuff, Stray Cat. And my father recently got his first one too. They are definitely a nice to have. Speaking of ordering stuff, yeah. There's some stuff that I ought to order as well. Just to keep moving forward on things. Yes, agreed. And yeah, I'm not surprised the 11 Pro was replaced by the 12 Pro. I picked up this one as a reconditioned unit. And so far, it's been good. Seems like everything is working as it should. I haven't really done too much in the way of A/B split testing between this and the last one. Oh, they're still selling the 11? That's interesting. But I think that maybe you noticed a difference. Could play around with it a bit. I know that the front-facing camera on this one is 12 megapixels, whereas the front-facing camera on the 8 Plus was only 7. So it should just generally be a better image. I haven't done a direct apples-to-apples comparison yet. But we could. Be nice to. There's only 340 base miles. Why did I only earn 340 base miles? I guess the fare was just a discount. They still sell the XR. That's really weird. Very strange. The issue, Stray Cat, with the updates and some applications not working, that's really not so much on Apple's end, it's more on the developers, the app developers. It's on them to update their applications. Which is why it pays to source your apps responsibly, just like everything else. Goodness, gotta be careful about who you buy from. Apple just provides the marketplace for the marketplace and then the devices for all of it to happen. Is that the case with PCs? Sure. Yeah. Same deal. Developers have quite a responsibility to keep maintaining the products they put out. Consider, let's say if you just looked at Windows machines, everywhere. Like a lot of terminals are driven by Windows. And usually it's not a very high power computer, a terminal or signage. When you have a system like that being used in a production environment, sometimes it makes sense not to update, not to get all the latest updates all the time. Especially if they're going to introduce a whole bunch of new features. You might not care about the features. Security is one thing, but if it's just more bells and whistles, you don't care. You just need it to keep on doing its job. So they have different versions of Windows for that too. That's what I use. I don't use the regular consumer version. Because most of my stuff, it's production systems. I don't need the fancy new feature that's going to break everything else I rely on. Not worth it. Well, Stray Cat, it's good that you found something that works. They do like to add bells and whistles. Feature creep, that's what they call it. Sometimes so many bells and whistles get added onto the initial structure that it becomes bloated, no longer purpose-driven. Screen recorder. Sounds useful. I could see it being used for, say, making video tutorials for people. Teaching people how to drive software. Hello, AI. You know, sometimes we switch things up a little bit. Street Cat, it'll work. It will work. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, child. It's gonna work. Paul, be quiet. Don't do it. You're gonna make me mad. Well, I suppose as long as the charger is not defective, yeah, it should work. That's an important point. And chances are the charger you receive isn't going to be defective. Because, well, surely they do testing. Surely they're not leaving all up to chance. But you never know. You never know with some of these outfits out there. These fly-by-night operations. Shh. Paul, be quiet. Good. That stinks, your cat. I'm fortunate, I suppose I've never encountered that issue. In all my years using these Apple devices, never. But there's a first time for everything. I'll be quiet. Right. Still got the same case on it. Thank you. It's been working away over here. Functioning as a display. See, your memory's intact. Yeah, I'm wanting to spend a little bit of time as we're nearing the end of the year and going over the year, doing some reflecting on it. And I've got some acknowledgements to make that I just haven't gotten around to. It's taken a long time to get on some of this stuff. I'll be quiet. 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 You hard-nosed little bugger. Interesting. Well, only Stray Cat knows what Stray Cat has seen on it. I have no idea. Definitely watched a few movies on it though. It's been nice. Nice for that purpose. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the screen size is actually right neck and neck with the MacBook Air. So it's a really, which is really, golly, I keep coming back to all this stuff that was lost. Oh yeah, in fact, let me note that stuff too, because that's important. Well, add it onto the list of things to take care of. Yeah, it's the reason why I picked out the bigger one. Because I knew it would be useful putting it up side by side next to the laptop. If I was out on the road somewhere, I'd be able to have two displays right there. These days, they do sell portable monitors that aren't too expensive. Street Cat, you reset it. I think you reset it. Don't worry, I didn't see anything. I saw nothing. And even if I saw anything, that respect, Paul and I are pretty similar. We see all sorts of things. Most of what we say, though, is just rah, 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 rah. Happy to keep it that way. Dried fruit, almonds. Dried fruit. Almonds, book. Gotta grab that book at some point. Put her on the reading list. Wow, this is so stale. It's been about a year. Just like that's pretty hilarious. How time flies. Oops. Yep, it crashed. Great. Let's see what happened this time.
RFD address. I think I get it. Well, I think Stray Cat's talking to you, your cutter. Looking for your RFD address. Oh, yeah, this is smart. Now we're thinking. Shh, be quiet. This should help. I am root. You know, what was it? Didn't I set that up? I don't know if I actually set it up. Let me take a look. I'm deciding to bite the bullet on this crashing issue and just cough up. It makes more sense, I think, than to spend too much time trying to optimize this thing down to the very last bit. Talking about my web server. And sometimes the solution is just throw money at the problem. Often the case with technology. So we're doubling up on system resources, and consequently doubling up on the amount I'm going to be shelling out per month to keep YetiEater.com up. Which is kind of silly, because YetiEater.com makes almost $0 right now. It doesn't even cover its own hosting fees. It's pretty sad. Maybe I should run advertisements on it. I don't like banner ads. They're just ugly. Whoa, Doppler effect. Dude rode by on a BMW Cruiser. I've never seen that bike before. Okay, so that's coming back online. Oh right, special interests. Meat and bones. Here we go. Yeah, I created this, but I never opened it up to anybody.
I guess we already have that, so it's not important. Yeah, it's kind of, it's redundant. I think this is redundant. Fingers crossed that the thing doesn't get so you can't pull it up. It's pretty annoying when that happens. Okay, well, of course it wouldn't be able to be touched. It was off. Now I have to turn it on. Haircutter, in your case, you have like, you've got a friend that's doing the hosting for you. Something tells me you're. I could dig around a little bit, but if I were a gambling man, well, who knows? Maybe your friend is using a VPS instead of just hosting everything locally. Definitely wouldn't be outside of the realm of possibility. I don't know that I have any friends with web servers. I mean, I've got to have at least one person among all the people I know who's doing some web stuff. Knows more about it than I do. Of course. Yeah, I mean, I'm confident of that. I know at least one person who's a web developer. They've probably spent some time playing with this stuff. Right, Stray Cat. Yeah, I follow. We shall see. I wonder if any of these actually show memory utilization. I'll be right back. Yeah, I can get more metrics. Back in the bio break. Oh, you're good. forgetting I had that thing there. It's not good. Luckily we didn't break anything, Paul. Hey, haircutter, would you describe yourself as a grammar Nazi? Because I've definitely been there too. I used to rag on people on forums for it. No, we're just throwing around the number 600. Love it. $600. $600. Hey, my good kid. Love you. A little bit. It's okay. I'm here to tell you it's okay. I know all too well. Okay, let's go ahead and do all this. A little copy pasta action here. Good. If it would work, that'd be great. Let's not do it like that. Let's do it there. Okay, now unable to locate package. Curious. I'm curious. Oh man. User Dell. I guess it's a deletion. Confirm installation by going here and checking version, and it's 3.8.0. Let me make some notes. Things I have done here. Oops. Copy pasta. Copy no pasta. Where's the pasta? Copy. Show me the pasta. No pasta. Pasta. Now there's pasta. I don't know how you can really get away with hating English though. Maybe they don't teach it particularly well. They didn't teach it well. Yeah, maybe you didn't have a good teacher. Just, a lot of people I know don't enjoy reading. I think it's a shame, because it's a really good activity. It's a useful activity for resistance, reading and writing. Nathan Volt, I have no idea. I'm not following it very closely. But when you receive your share, have at it. Hope it works out well. Let's see what happens now. Is it reporting more? Let's see. New metrics agent shows a load. It shows memory pressure. Awesome. It shows that it peaked at about 27% so far. Sweet. Awesome. Let's see what we can do. Oh, we've got a nice breeze today. Yeah, Andrew, go for it. Yeah, periodically I'll share stuff there. And then other folks share stuff too. Oh, in fact, come to think of it, there was this one app I was going to look into. It was for online savings. I can't remember what the rate was, but it was really impressive. Let me see if I can't find this. Yeah, here it is. They're claiming that you can earn greater than 4% yields on savings, which in this interest rate environment, that's really, really good. I'm pretty tempted to try it out. I can report back. Myself, I'd be really pleased to refer people to more of these things. But it's weird, man. Like, a lot of folks who have people who seem to have issues with money, namely keeping it once they've got it, they or even getting it in the first place. I know that my mother is pretty opinionated about it. She talks about discipline. So I guess she's a bit of a disciplinarian. You can lead horses to water, but you can't make them drink. Right? Yeah, of course, Nathan. But if I can get a 4% yield on savings, pretty happy to take that. Beats the heck out of a quarter. myself, I'm curious how they're getting that 4% yield. And just what risk there is involved, because there's got to be some risk, you know. Riskless 4%. How will they get it? So I'm curious what their monetization model looks like. Yep, I know that Tesla went way up. I can't afford it. I can't afford that type of exposure, not right now. But if I, do my year-end accounting, I'll see. Be fortunate if I have anything I can contribute towards an IRA or anything of the sort. Nathan Volt, your own trading, you're doing with, you're not doing via 401k or IRA, right? It's surplus on top of that. Cool. Good for you, man. Good for you. It's the way to do it. I know. So AI, I don't think AI is here. AI was talking about getting into day trading, and was encouraging me to also get into day trading. He was talking about putting 3K in to a trading account and starting to learn the ropes. That guy's risk tolerance is a lot higher than mine is. I'm pretty risk averse. Oh, no wonder. Okay. Now it's starting to make sense. Of course. Okay. It's not just it's not for cash money. Duh. But $10. $10 is $10. Yeah, for sure. I know. Because it's a zero-sum game. You're new to the game. Dude, he was showing me. He was asking these questions and then showing me his trading setup, his screen that he had. Just asking some really, really basic questions. And I thought, oh shoot. On the one hand, it's good that he wants to learn this stuff, but on the other, it's a risk down to the last penny on the shiny thing. Dude, you're gonna lose your shirt. And then you're gonna wish you had a shirt. That's it. Most lose their shirts. But they got people backing. They can play with OPM. You're down to just, if all you got is a few K in savings and then you're willing to throw all that, good luck, man. I hope you win. Because it's cutthroat. It's cutthroat. You're not just trading against humans. But people do it. You're right. Yeah. Former neighbor used to call them the bin men. They make a good living. It's honest work. And it pays. Oh yeah. Good Q Fight Club, right? The services that everyone else relies upon. Paul. Not glamorous, but it pays the bills. So long as there's food on the table and participate in the carnival, who cares? What more could you ask for? A private jet, a yacht, go change the world. All right, ciao, Stray Cat. Enjoy your walk. Maybe take some pictures. I'd love to see. Would be grateful for your sharing a little bit from your world too. Here, here. May we all get that white picket fence, the dishwasher, the refrigerator. Two and a half children's. Right. That's a big one. You know, I kind of wonder if, like, what was going on with my website. I really wonder. Something tells me it was just anemic. And that's all there was to it. The VPS was anemic. Now it should be okay. I suppose we will see. Let's see. Last 30 days. Total data served 1 gigabyte. This thing's reporting 6,189 unique visitors to my site in the last 30. That's not insignificant, considering how little there is there. 6,189 visitors at CPM rates, prevailing CPM rates. I should have more than enough coming in from ad impressions to cover hosting. But I just hate ads. I think I know what to do. I wonder if sometimes the site has come under attack. How cute. I think I'm here to take your order. What brought you guys in? Newcomers. What brought you in? Whiff of chips. I wish I had some chips. Got some chips? Oh, well, thank you. Do you often judge books by their covers? See my guns? Why would I show you my guns? Go look at my clips. If you're not paying, get the fuck out. What is this? There's YouTube for VODs. There are Twitch clips, highlights. Go look at that. I like guns too. It's nothing to write home about. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I can't have that type of person around. That's not cool, man. Somebody talks about guns and you respond like that, that's not cool. You need help. If you want my help, you can pay. Support my fellow broadcasters in the hustle. Yeah, no. Why, Nathan Volt, did you report him? Hello world. Good on you. If you report scum, good. Because you know damn well the scum misuse those reporting tools. Bunch of wolf criers. Feliz Navidad. Cause trouble. I can't believe how quickly this day's gone by. I guess it's what happens when you start late. I will take him out soon. It's already 4:30 here. Well, no. In this case, Nathan Volt, last night I just slept early. I've just been going to bed early. Like, for the past few weeks, I have not been staying up late. Just been hitting the sack, being a good boy. But I suppose I got the most important thing for today out of the way. And that was just... It was really simple. All I did is I just opened up the wallet a little bit. Pay an extra $5 a month for web hosting. And see what happens. Hopefully the site's more reliable now. Still have much to do. There's always more to do. Yeah. The same VPS also plays host to Paul's website. It was just it was crashing constantly. Totally unstable. I would be playing around in the back end, trying to edit a post or just basic stuff, really basic stuff, and I'm down. It was like pulling teeth. So I considered the time burden. It's like, yeah, may as well just cough up the extra $5 a month. Now it's costing $10 a month to host. So be it. She types so cute. I love when people have the keys on the keyboard. Any other stop loss items? Let's see. Yeah, I gotta move some stuff around the place. Jeez. Yeah, let me figure out what it is, how much I gotta do, and then I'll make the move happen. What else is there today? What else is there for me to do? What was that? How to Change Your Mind. My buddy was telling me that he read this book recently. Oh, dude, yeah, I saw, sorry about Nightbot. I saw, somebody tweeted at him about that too. And that tweet looked like it picked up a good amount of traction. Frickin' Nightbot being an asshole. It's so sensitive. I wonder if that shows up. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, I was giggling at myself for making the remark. Show her how wide your wallet opens. People can be so entitled. Oh, nice. Awesome. I can report people. Not there though. Let's see. How can I report people? I don't like when people try to test me. Not in my house. Obrigada. Obrigado. Oh man. Estou bem también. Obrigado. Obrigado. Wow. Paul, when did you learn to speak Portuguese? It's amazing. What can't you do? Dude, Nathan Vault, I remember I showed my parents one of his videos, and my mother, she's really critical, right? She's like, yeah, I don't like him. But she doesn't like Elon either. She thinks Elon looks evil. Like there's something uncomfortable about his appearance. She's a funny person. But yeah, I showed them Doug's video on I think the M850i or something like that. Some big numbers. She was saying something like, yeah, I just don't like him. I don't, if he's selling it, I'm not buying it. Not that I'm seriously encouraging them to acquire said vehicle, because it's one of those, it's, what do you call it? It's the Halo car. BMW's Halo car. Oh yeah, Nathan. Since we're on the subject of Tesla, it's remarkable that how quickly they've risen. Two, I think a big part of their competitive advantage right now stems from their early move towards fully autonomous vehicles. That's definitely helped them achieve some competitive moat. No one else has gone quite as far as I can tell. And sure, occasionally, I think we discussed it, that one, it was a Model S, wasn't it, that crashed into a semi-trailer. Guy was watching Harry Potter. Sure, sometimes things like that happen. There are bugs to iron out. Yeah, their range. Yeah, I've been seeing some articles coming up about some startups working on batteries, and I'm cautiously optimistic. Not because I have any skin necessarily in the game, but just because they would change things for society in a huge way. Today on the radio they were talking about Texas and where we are when it comes to the state of renewable resources. They said that Texas, if it were its own country, I think the the quote was Texas, if it were its own country, would have the sixth largest wind power generation capacity globally, which really caught me by surprise. I mean, I've seen some windmills out in West Texas, but I had no idea. And then they were discussing a solar project that's coming online here that, once completed, will be the nation's largest. So both of these are pretty neat, because a lot of my peers, some of them, they've bought into this belief that renewables haven't proven themselves at scale. And I called one out. It was a friend of mine. Not the sharpest tool in the shed, but that's okay. I asked him, like, well, here's what the energy mix looks like right now. How big does that number need to be for renewables before you'll admit that they're working at scale? No response. Of course, no response. Show people the data. It is good they're just diversifying. It's important. Really, really important. I was looking at the United app today, and was met with a little pop-up. United saying that they're committing to going 100% green by 2050. But of course, the year 2050, it's gonna be big. What happens in this next 10 years even? We've got to change things. Haircutter, not talking about you, man. But I do hope, Haircutter, that you listen to that podcast, that episode I linked, because I think it's important. Based off my consumption of the news, I think it was a really, really good roundup from this past year. And it talks a bit about the conspiracy groups. If you're not aware, you owe it to yourself, especially if you're sharing stuff via social media. You owe it to yourself to look into it. You look at the election, the one from 4 years ago, the one that just happened, and they said, yeah, there was some foreign interference, right? Foreign states spreading misinformation, confusing the people. At this point, some of those groups are using the exact same tactics against our own people. That's cause for alarm. I say this because I used to subscribe to some pretty fringe stuff. Things that maybe, yeah, you call it fringe. Stuff that got profiled and later dismantled, banned. And by immersing myself in those channels, I became exposed to certain bits before they hit the mainstream. I could get a pretty good handle on the type of messaging that was being used, the themes that popped up. You start to be able to pick it out better. You'll see better where some of the misinformation is originating. Otherwise, you know, by the time it hits your feed, it's already gone through so many filters. What you're seeing is the single best pieces, the most viral. The ones that really hit all the right buttons. It's an iterative process. A Texas plant. Dude, this day's gone by way too fast. I'm gonna add this bit, Nathan Volt. It's my watch later list. And I'm gonna GTFO for now. Thank you for the share. Paul, get up. I need you. Get up. All right, world. Thanks for checking in. Thank you for your support. Till next time, be good out there. Take care of yourself and, if you can, someone else. Bye-bye for now. Hey, can you flip this switch?